Hey, before we drift into tonight's quiet story, tell me, what time is it where you are? Are you listening from the US, the UK, somewhere in Canada, or another corner of the world? Wherever you are, settle in. If you enjoy slow, calming history like this, you can always leave a like, subscribe, or share your thoughts. I read those messages. The quiet ones especially. They feel like echoes across time. Now imagine this. A wooden ship creaks under moonlight. The sea is black glass. No wind. No sound. Except the faint rhythm of water brushing the hull. And then footsteps. Not heavy, not careless, but deliberate. A woman steps onto the deck, pistol at her side, eyes fixed on the horizon. Men feared her name. And tonight we begin her story. We're going to move slowly, carefully, like turning the pages of an old journal. This is not myth, not legend. These were real lives, real choices, real danger. Women who stepped into a world that did not want them, and then reshaped it with fire and steel. Let's begin in the early 18th century, the so-called golden age of piracy. Around the 1710s and 1720s, the Caribbean was not the paradise postcards would later suggest. It was crowded with merchant ships, naval patrols, and something else, opportunity. Empires were fighting, trade routes were rich, and enforcement was inconsistent. Piracy wasn't just chaos. It was, in a strange way, structured rebellion. And in this world of salt, gunpowder, and survival, a few women did something almost unthinkable. They didn't just survive. They commanded fear. One of the most famous among them was Anne Bonny, and was born around 1697, likely in Ireland. Her beginnings were already unusual. She was the daughter of a lawyer and his servant. That alone placed her outside the neat expectations of society. When her father relocated to the province of Carolina, in what is now the United States, he became relatively successful, but Anne didn't quite fit into the calm, respectable life he may have imagined. There are stories, quiet ones repeated over time, that Anne had a temper, that she resisted control, that she refused to be small. And eventually, she made a decision that would change everything. Left. She married a sailor named James Bonny, but that marriage didn't bring her peace. In fact, it brought her closer to the world she would soon fully enter, the world of pirates. Nassau, in the Bahamas, had become something like a gathering point for outlaws, a place where pirates could operate more freely, at least for a time. Picture Nassau then. Not as a polished island, but as a rough, shifting port. Ships coming and going. Rum deals, whispers, danger. And in that place, Anne met someone who would pull her deeper into this life. John Calico Jack Rackham. He was not the most feared pirate of the era, but he was known. His nickname came from the colorful clothing he wore. Calico fabric, bright and distinct. But what made him important to Anne's story was that he saw something in her others might not have fully understood. Not weakness, not novelty, but capability. And left her husband and joined Rackham. And this wasn't just companionship. She became part of the crew. Not as a hidden passenger. Not as someone tucked away below deck. But as a pirate. Now pause here for a moment. And imagine what that meant. Ships at that time were not environments where women were expected, or even allowed in most cases. Superstition alone kept them away. Many sailors believed women on board brought bad luck. And beyond superstition, there were social boundaries, rigid ones, and Bonny stepped directly through them. Accounts suggest she dressed in men's clothing while on board. Practical, functional, blending in when necessary. But when battle came, she didn't hide. She fought. And this is where our story begins to shift. Because Anne was not alone. Another figure emerges here. Quiet at first, almost like a shadow moving just outside the lantern light. Mary Red. Mary's story is, in some ways, even more complex. She was born in England, and from a young age, her life was shaped by disguise. Her mother, after losing a son, raised Mary as a boy. Partly for financial survival, partly to maintain support from relatives. So Mary grew up living as male. This wasn't a brief moment. It shaped her identity, her skills, her path. She worked, traveled, and eventually joined military service, fighting in wars in Europe. She proved herself capable in combat long before she ever set foot on a pirate ship. And eventually, her path crossed the sea. Mary found herself aboard a ship that was captured by pirates. And instead of resisting, she joined them. That alone tells you something about her. And somehow, through the strange currents of fate, Mary ended up on the same ship as Anne Bonny. Two women, both living outside the rules, both armed, both feared. At first, even Anne didn't know Mary's secret. There are stories that Anne, believing Mary to be a man, grew close to her, only to later discover the truth. And when she did, something changed. Not rivalry, not rejection, but recognition. Two people who understood something very few others could. And from that point forward, they became something rare in pirate history. Partners in survival, partners in battle. The ship they sailed on under Rackham wasn't the largest or most powerful in the Caribbean. But reputation isn't always built on size. It's built on action. Anne Bonny and Mary Red earned theirs. There are witness accounts from captured sailors who later testified that these women fought fiercely, that when others hesitated, they didn't, that they swore, fired pistols, and wielded blades with a kind of intensity that unsettled even hardened men. Imagine that moment. A merchant crew expecting a typical pirate attack, rough, loud, chaotic, and then seeing them, not just men shouting and rushing forward, but two women at the front, unflinching. It disrupted expectations, and fear often grows strongest in the unexpected. But like all things in that era, this life was unstable, temporary, always one step away from collapse. Piracy in the Caribbean was already under pressure. Governments were increasing efforts to suppress it. Pardons were offered, and then revoked. Hunters were sent, and slowly, the circle tightened. For Anne Bonny and Mary Red, the sea was no longer just freedom. It was becoming a trap. And one night, in 1720, everything began to unravel. But we'll slow down there. Just before that moment fully arrives, let the ship sit for a while in your mind. The lantern swinging, the ocean breathing softly. The night air is heavy, almost unmoving. You can imagine it resting on the skin, thick with salt and quiet tension. The kind of night where even experienced sailors feel something unsettled, though they may not say it out loud. By 1720, the world around pirates like Anne Bonny and Mary Red had begun to change in a serious way. The British Empire, along with other powers, was no longer tolerating piracy as loosely as before. What had once been a grey zone, a space of shifting alliances and overlooked crimes, was becoming a target. Governors were under pressure. Trade needed protection. Order, at least the version defined by empire, had to be restored. And so ships were sent. Not just merchant vessels, but hunters. Captain Jonathan Barnett was one of those men, commissioned to track down pirates in the Caribbean. He carried authority, weapons, and something even more dangerous, clear purpose. Now imagine Rackham's ship again. Smaller, faster than many, but not built for long confrontations. It relied on surprise, quick strikes, and movement. That had worked. Until it didn't. On the evening of October 21st, 1720, Rackham's vessel was anchored near Negril Point, Jamaica. The crew had been drinking. This detail appears again and again in historical records. Rum was not just common, it was constant. But that night, it dulled their readiness. Except for a few. Anne Bonny and Mary Red were not as affected. Some accounts suggest they remained alert, aware. Perhaps it was instinct, perhaps experience, or perhaps something else. A sense that the fragile balance they had been living in was about to break. And then, a shape on the horizon. First just a shadow, then clearer. Barnett's ship, closing in. Now here is where the story becomes very still, and very sharp. Because when the attack came, it wasn't the chaotic clash you might expect from stories of piracy. 'Twas uneven, disturbingly so. Most of Rackham's crew did not fight. Some were too intoxicated, others hid below deck. Fear, confusion, and hesitation spread quickly. The advantage pirates usually held, their aggression, their unpredictability, was gone. But not entirely. Anne Bonny and Mary Read did not retreat. Witness testimonies later described them fighting fiercely, loading pistols, firing, shouting at their crewmates to come up and defend the ship. There are statements suggesting they cursed the men hiding below, calling them cowards, demanding they face the attackers. Picture that moment. The deck lit by lantern and muzzle flash, smoke hanging low, the sound of boots, steel and waves. And in the middle of it, two women refusing to surrender to fear. Mary Read, especially, is said to have fired directly into the hold at one point, trying to force the men below to come up and fight rather than hide. Whether driven by anger, desperation, or clarity, it shows something important. They understood the situation fully, and they acted. But courage doesn't always change outcomes. Barnett's crew was organized, sober, and prepared. The fight was brief. Rackham's ship was overtaken. And just like that, the life they had built, dangerous, defiant, free in its own way, ended. Captured, bound, silenced. The shift from sea to land is something we should pause on. Because for pirates, the sea was more than a location. It was space. Space to move, to escape, to exist outside rigid systems. Land meant something else entirely. Judgment, law, exposure. Anne Bonny and Mary Read were taken to Jamaica to stand trial in Spanish Town. The courtroom would have been crowded, tense. Pirates were not just criminals, they were examples. Warnings. The trial began in November 1720. Records from the time, though sometimes inconsistent, give us a clear outline of what happened. Rackham and his crew were charged with piracy. The evidence was strong. There was little ambiguity. And the verdict came quickly. Guilty. Rackham was sentenced to death by hanging. But Anne Bonny and Mary Read had something to say. They pleaded what was known as the belly. This was a legal claim used by women at the time, stating that they were pregnant. If proven, it could delay execution, as authorities would not carry out a death sentence on a pregnant woman. Examinations were conducted, and both claims were confirmed. This changed everything, but also changed nothing. They were still convicted, still sentenced, but their executions were postponed. Now imagine the stillness of that moment. The courtroom fading into silence, chains at the wrist, the weight of what had happened, and what was still to come. For Rackham there was no delay. He was executed on November 18, 1720. His body was later displayed in a cage, hung in chains at a place called Rackham's Quay, as a warning to others. A visible message, carried by wind and tide. Anne Bonny was reportedly allowed to see him before his execution. And here, history gives us one of its most striking, quiet lines. She is said to have told him, "If you had fought like a man, you need not have been hanged like a dog." Whether those were her exact words, or shaped over time, we cannot say with complete certainty, but they have endured, because they fit what we understand of her character. Direct, unforgiving, clear. After that, Rackham disappears from the story. But Anne Bonny and Mary Read remain, in prison, waiting. And here, the story becomes softer, but heavier. Because the noise of battle is gone, what remains is time. Mary Read did not survive long enough to see what might have come next. She died in prison in April 1721, reportedly from a fever. There is no confirmed record of her burial. No marked grave. Just a note in history. And then silence. Anne Bonny's fate is less certain. And that uncertainty lingers. Some records suggest she may have been released, possibly due to connections her father still had. Others believe she may have lived quietly under a different name. There is no confirmed execution record for her, which means, in a strange way, she vanishes, not with a dramatic end, but with absence, and sometimes, that's more haunting. But our story isn't finished. Because Anne and Mary were not the only women who stepped into this world of sails and shadows. There were others, less known, less recorded, but no less real. Women who commanded ships. Women who led crews. Women who became legends in places far from the Caribbean. We'll move toward them next, slowly. Let the prison walls settle in your mind for a moment. The quiet, the uncertainty, the echo of footsteps in corridors where the sea can no longer be heard. The quiet of the prison lingers. Heavy, still, almost like the air itself has stopped moving. But history doesn't end in stillness. It shifts, slowly, like the tide pulling away from shore. While Anne Bonny's story fades into uncertainty, and Mary Read's life ends behind stone walls, there are other stories waiting just beyond the horizon. Stories that began long before them, and in places far from the Caribbean. So let your mind drift east, away from Jamaica, away from the Atlantic, across warm waters and trade winds, toward the coasts of Asia. Because nearly a century later, another woman would rise, and her name would travel farther than most pirates ever could. Ching Shih. Now imagine a different kind of harbor. Not the rough, scattered ports of Nassau, but the dense, active waterways of southern China in the early 1800s. Ships moving constantly. Merchant vessels, fishing boats, military patrols. Trade flowing in every direction. And in that world, Ching Shih began her life in a place very far removed from power. She was born around 1775, though exact records are limited. Before piracy, she is believed to have worked in a floating brothel in Canton, modern-day Guangzhou, a place where information moved quietly, where influence could be subtle, and where survival required awareness. And that awareness would shape everything that followed. In 1801, she married a pirate commander named Zheng Yi. Now, this is where something important happens. Because Ching Shih didn't simply become the wife of a pirate leader. She became a partner in command. Together, they worked to consolidate pirate fleets that had been fragmented. Small groups operating independently. Through negotiation, alliances, and force when necessary, they began to unify these fleets into something much larger. Something organized. Something powerful. And when Zheng Yi died in 1807, the story could have ended there. But it didn't. Because Ching Shih stepped forward and took control. Now pause for a moment and really consider that. A woman, in early 19th century China, assuming command over a massive pirate confederation, not symbolically, not temporarily, fully, and not everyone accepted it easily. Leadership in piracy, just like anywhere else, required legitimacy. Authority had to be recognized, not just claimed. Ching Shih moved carefully. She secured support from key figures, including Zheng Yi's adopted son, Zhang Bao, who became both her ally and later her husband. Together, they reinforced her position, and then they expanded it. At its height, Ching Shih's fleet, known as the Red Flag Fleet, was enormous. Estimates vary, but many historians suggest it included hundreds of ships and tens of thousands of pirates. Let that settle in your mind. Not a single vessel, not a small crew, but an entire network, moving across the South China Sea. And what made Ching Shih truly remarkable was not just the scale of her fleet, it was the structure. She enforced strict rules, clear laws, discipline that was, in many ways, more organized than the forces trying to stop her. For example, pirates under her command were forbidden from stealing from communal supplies. Captured goods had to be registered and distributed according to set shares. Disobedience could result in severe punishment. There were also rules regarding prisoners, particularly women. Pirates were not allowed to harm female captives. If they wished to take a wife, it had to be done with consent, and mistreatment could lead to execution. Now we should be careful here. This was still piracy, still violence, Still a life built on taking from others. But within that, there was order. And that order gave Ching Shih something rare: control. Her fleet dominated coastal regions, collecting tribute from villages, intercepting merchant ships, and even confronting naval forces. The Qing dynasty attempted to suppress her multiple times, but with limited success. Portuguese and British forces also became involved at different points, recognizing that her operations were affecting trade. And yet, she endured, not because she avoided conflict, but because she managed it carefully, strategically. There's something quiet but powerful in that approach. While Anne Bonny and Mary Read lived in a world of fast decisions and sudden battles, Ching Shih operated on a broader scale. Her actions weren't just reactions. They were part of a system she maintained, a system that worked for years. Now imagine standing on the deck of one of her ships. Not a small pirate sloop, but a vessel surrounded by others. Flags visible across the horizon. Movement coordinated. Signals passing between ships. You're not part of a scattered crew. You're part of something much larger. And at the center of it is Ching Shih. Watching, calculating, deciding. But like all things built in tension, even this system had limits. By the early 1810s, pressure against her fleet increased. Naval forces became more coordinated. The cost of maintaining such a large confederation grew. And this is where Ching Shih did something almost no pirate had done before. She chose to negotiate, not from weakness, but from position. In 1810, she entered into an agreement with the Qing government. The terms allowed her and many of her followers to surrender, without facing execution. They were granted amnesty. Some were even integrated into official forces. And Ching Shih, she retired, peacefully. She later ran a gambling house and lived out the rest of her life without returning to piracy. She died in 1844. Not in battle, not in prison, but as someone who had stepped out of the life she once commanded. There's something almost surreal about that ending. A pirate leader of such scale, choosing when to stop, and being allowed to. Now let the contrast settle in your mind. Anne Bonny and Mary Read, caught, confined, uncertain endings. Ching Shih, commanding, negotiating, walking away. Different oceans, different times, different outcomes, but all connected by one quiet truth. They lived in worlds that were not designed for them, and still, they made space within them. We're not finished yet. There are still more stories to move through, more names, more shadows along the edges of history. So stay here for a moment. Listen to the distant sound of water, the slow movement of ships, the quiet weight of decisions made long ago. Let the sound of the sea return again. Slow, steady, like breath, the kind of rhythm that never truly stops, even when history shifts, even when names fade. We've moved from the Caribbean to the South China Sea, from the sharp, brief intensity of Anne Bonny and Mary Read, to the vast, structured power of Ching Shih. Now we drift once more, back in time again, but not to the Caribbean, not to China. This time we move north, toward colder waters, toward coastlines shaped by stone, wind, and long winters, to Ireland. And here, we find another woman whose name has traveled through history, sometimes wrapped in myth, sometimes sharpened by fact. Grace O'Malley, born around 1530, long before the golden age of piracy, Grace lived in a very different world. Ireland at that time was a land of clans, shifting power, and increasing pressure from English rule. Control of land and sea mattered deeply, and those who could command both held influence. Grace was born into the O'Malley clan, a family known for seafaring and trade. Her father, Ewan Dubdara O'Malley, was a chieftain who controlled ships and coastal territories. From the beginning, Grace's life was tied to the sea. There is a story, simple, often repeated, that when she was young, she wanted to sail with her father but was told her long hair would get caught in the ropes, so she cut it off. Whether every detail of that story is exact, it captures something real: determination, a refusal to be limited. She grew up learning navigation, trade routes, and the realities of maritime life, not as an observer, but as a participant. And over time, she didn't just follow in her family's path, she expanded it. Grace married twice, first to Donald O'Flaherty, another clan leader. Through this marriage, she gained further control over ships and territories. After his death, she continued to lead, maintaining authority in a way that was not typical for women of her time. And here, something important becomes clear. Grace O'Malley was not a pirate in the same sense as Anne Bonny or Mary Red. Her world was more complex. Part trade, part warfare, part resistance. She commanded fleets, yes. And she did raid ships and coastal settlements. But her actions were deeply tied to the political landscape of Ireland. She was a leader, a strategist, and sometimes a rebel. Now imagine her fleet moving along the western coast of Ireland. Not in tropical waters, but in colder seas. Grey skies, sharp winds, the coastline rising steeply from the water. Her ships weren't hidden in lawless ports like Nassau. They were part of a system of clan power, where control of the sea meant control of trade, resources, and influence. Grace's authority grew over time, but so did the challenges she faced. English expansion into Ireland brought conflict. Lands were seized. Clans were pressured, displaced, or forced into submission. Grace resisted where she could, using her fleet to maintain independence and protect her interests. There are records of her engaging in both negotiation and confrontation. She wasn't reckless. Like Ching Shih, she understood the value of balance, when to push, when to hold back. And then, one of the most unusual moments in her story arrives. Meeting, not at sea, but in a royal court. In 1593, Grace O'Malley traveled to England to meet Queen Elizabeth I. Pause there for a moment. And imagine it. A woman who commanded ships and raided coastal settlements, standing before one of the most powerful monarchs of the time. Two women, from entirely different worlds, speaking directly. Accounts of the meeting vary in detail, but the core is consistent. Grace sought the release of her captured son and the restoration of her rights. The conversation reportedly took place in Latin, as neither woman spoke the other's native language fluently. And somehow, through that exchange, an agreement was reached. Grace secured what she needed, and then she returned, back to the sea, back to her life. There's something very quiet, but very strong in that moment. Not a battle, not a raid, but presence, negotiation, clarity. Grace O'Malley continued her activities for years after that meeting, maintaining her role as a leader until her later life. She is believed to have died around 1603, the same year as Queen Elizabeth I. Her story sits differently from the others we've explored. Anne Bonny and Mary Red, figures of rebellion within piracy. Ching Shih, an architect of a vast pirate system. Grace O'Malley, something older, rooted in clan leadership and resistance, where piracy was only one part of a larger picture. But all of them share something subtle. They moved through worlds that expected them to stay in place. And they didn't. Now let the image settle. A coastline in Ireland. Waves breaking against rock. A ship anchored just offshore. And a figure standing at the edge looking outward. Not just at the sea, but beyond it. We're going to continue, because there are still more stories waiting. Some are quieter, less recorded, but still real, still part of this long, slow history. The wind softens now, and the sea changes again. We leave behind the cold, grey coastlines of Ireland, and drift slowly back toward warmer waters. The Caribbean returns, but not the same as before. Time has shifted slightly. The names have changed. The stories feel more scattered now. Less documented, more fragile. Like pieces of history that survived only in fragments. Not every woman who sailed these waters became as well known as Anne Bonny or Mary Red. Many names were lost, never written down, or only mentioned briefly in passing records. But every so often, One appears clearly enough to follow. One such name is Rachel Wall. Now her story is different. Less about commanding fleets, less about large-scale piracy, and more about something quieter, smaller, and in a way more unsettling. Rachel Wall was born in Pennsylvania in 1760. Unlike the others we've discussed, she didn't grow up in a seafaring clan or in a port filled with pirates. Her early life seems, at least on the surface, more ordinary. But like many stories in this world, it changes direction. She ran away from home at a young age and eventually married a man named George Wall. He was a fisherman, and over time their life became tied to the sea. But not in the way of merchants or naval crews. Their version of piracy was built on deception. Imagine this. Not a fast-moving ship chasing another across open water, but a small vessel, deliberately damaged, appearing helpless. Storm passes, the sea calms, and nearby ships, seeing what looks like survivors in distress, approach to help. It's a human instinct, isn't it? To assist, to rescue. And that instinct became the trap. Rachel Wall and her husband, along with a small group, would signal distress. When another vessel came close, they attacked. The crews were killed. The ship was looted, quietly, without the noise of a chase, without warning. There's something deeply eerie about that method, because it turns trust into vulnerability, and survival into something darker. Rachel's role in these acts is recorded through later accounts and her own confession. She was not just present, she participated, whether driven by necessity, influence, or choice. The line between those things becomes blurred over time. Eventually, the pattern broke. In 1789, Rachel Wall was arrested, but not directly for piracy. Instead, she was charged with robbery after attacking a woman on land. During her trial in Boston, her past activities at sea came to light. And here, the story becomes very still again. Because unlike Anne Bonny, unlike Ching Shih, Rachel Wall's ending is clear. She was convicted, and she was executed, hanged in October 1789. Her case is often noted as one of the last recorded executions of a woman for piracy-related actions in the United States. Now sit with that for a moment. A life that began quietly, turned toward the sea, shaped by deception, and ended not in battle, but in a public execution. The crowd watching, the silence before the drop, the finality of it. Rachel's story doesn't carry the same sense of legend as others. It doesn't expand into myth or wide recognition. But in some ways, it feels closer, more human, more fragile, more contained. And it reminds us of something important. Not every pirate story was grand. Not every name became history in bold letters. Some remained small, but no less real. Now, as we move forward, let's widen the lens again. Because beyond individual names, there were patterns. Women who sailed disguised as men, not for identity but for access, to work, to survive, to move freely in a world that restricted them. In naval records, in merchant logs, in scattered reports, there are hints, brief mentions of women discovered aboard ships after months or years. Their presence unnoticed until circumstances revealed them. Some served as sailors, some fought, some lived entire stretches of their lives at sea, hidden in plain sight. And while not all of them were pirates, their existence overlaps with this world. Because the boundary between sailor and pirate was often thin. A crew could shift roles depending on opportunity, command, or necessity. Now imagine one of those hidden lives. A young person stepping onto a ship, dressed as male, blending into the crew, learning knots, sails, routines, sharing space in tight quarters, listening more than speaking, watching carefully, and day by day, becoming part of that world. Not as an outsider, but as someone who belongs, at least while the disguise holds. There's something quiet in that image. A kind of resilience that doesn't announce itself loudly, just continues, adapts, survives, And sometimes, that path leads into piracy, not always by choice, not always by design, but through the slow shifting of circumstances. We don't always know their names, but we know they were there, and that matters, because history is not only made of the figures we remember clearly, it's also shaped by those who moved through its edges, leaving just enough trace for us to notice. Now let the sea settle again in your mind. A different ship this time, smaller, less visible, moving quietly across water that holds more stories than we can fully uncover. We're not done yet. There are still more threads to follow, more moments to understand, more quiet details that bring this world into focus. The sea is quieter now, not empty but layered, as if every wave carries something that came before. Footsteps, voices, decisions, all fading but never completely gone. We've moved through lives that were recorded in different ways. Some in court documents, some in naval logs, some in stories retold again and again until they became almost legend. But there are still figures who sit somewhere in between. Not fully lost, not fully known. One of those figures is Jeanne de Clisson. Now we step further back in time again, to the 14th century. The setting shifts completely. No Caribbean, no Nassau, no colonial trade routes. Instead, a medieval France. And here, the sea is not just a space of trade or piracy. It is part of war. Jeanne de Clisson was born around 1300 into a noble family. Her life, at first, followed the expected path. Marriage, alliances, position within a structured society. She married Olivier de Clisson, a Breton nobleman, and their lives were tied to the politics of the time. But history often turns. Not slowly but suddenly. In 1343, during the early years of the Hundred Years' War, Olivier was accused of treason by the French crown. He was captured, tried, and executed in Paris. And this is where Jeanne's story changes direction completely, because what followed was not quiet mourning, it was transformation. Jeanne believed her husband had been wrongfully executed. Whether or not the accusation was true, the impact was clear. Trust was broken, loyalty shifted, and Jeanne made a decision that would carry her far from the life she had known. She sold her lands, she raised funds, and she built ships. Now pause for a moment and imagine that shift. A noble woman becoming something else entirely. Not gradually, but with intention. Jeanne assembled a small fleet, 3 ships according to many accounts, and painted them black. Their sails were dyed dark as well. This detail appears often in retellings, giving rise to the name she would later be known by. The Lioness of Brittany, or sometimes the Black Fleet. Her targets were not random merchant ships. They were French vessels. Because for Jeanne, this was not piracy in the usual sense. It was revenge. Her ships moved along the English Channel, intercepting French ships, attacking crews, and leaving few survivors. Some accounts suggest she spared only a handful to carry the story forward, to spread fear, to make the message clear. Now the tone here is different from earlier stories. Anne Bonny and Mary Red fought within a pirate world. Ching Shih built a system. Rachel Wall operated through deception. But Jeanne was driven by something more personal, focused, direct. Her actions blurred the line between piracy and private war. In fact, she eventually aligned herself with England, supporting their efforts against France. This gave her a kind of protection. Her fleet operating not just as outlaws, but as part of a larger conflict. And for years, she continued. Imagine her ships cutting through colder waters. Not large, not overwhelming in number, but precise, purposeful. There's something very still at the center of that image. Not chaos, not unpredictability, but intention. Eventually, as time moved forward, Jeanne's life shifted again. She remarried, this time to an English knight, Sir Walter Bentley, who also held power and position. Through this, her role moved away from direct action at sea. And slowly, the Black Fleet disappeared from the water, not in a dramatic final battle, but in quiet withdrawal. Jeanne lived the remainder of her life within that new alignment, and she is believed to have died around 1359. Her story remains one of the earliest well-known examples of a woman taking to the sea in a commanding, violent role. Not for exploration, not for trade, but for vengeance. Now let that settle. A different kind of silence. Not the silence of prison, like Mary read. Not the fading uncertainty of Anne Bonny, but the silence that comes after something has been carried out. Completely. Now, as we continue, it becomes clearer that these stories are not all the same shape. Some are driven by survival, some by ambition, some by anger, and some by a mixture of all three. The sea, in all these cases, becomes more than a place, becomes a path, a way to move through circumstances that could not be faced on land. Now imagine standing at the edge of that sea again. But this time, instead of one ship, you see many possibilities, different routes, different lives unfolding across time. Some recorded, some not. We're going to continue following those paths. Slowly, carefully. There are still more stories to bring into view. More quiet moments behind the names. The sea stretches out again. Calm on the surface, but never truly still. If you listen closely, you can almost feel how many lives have crossed it. Some remembered, some barely held together by a few lines in old records. We've followed stories shaped by revenge, survival, and power. Now, we move into a quieter space. Not because it lacks importance, but because it exists in fragments. There were women who sailed under names that never fully reached us. Women who stepped into ships not with clear intention to become pirates, but who found themselves there, slowly, through circumstance. One such figure, often mentioned but rarely detailed, is Charlotte de Barry. Now, before we go further, it's important to understand something about her story. Much of what is told about Charlotte comes from later writings, accounts that blend history with storytelling. Some historians question the accuracy of certain details, but even within that uncertainty, there is something worth paying attention to, because whether every part is exact or not, the story reflects something that did happen again and again. Women finding ways to enter a world that excluded them. Charlotte de Barry is said to have lived in the 17th century. According to the most common version of her story, she fell in love with a sailor and disguised herself as a man to join him at sea. Picture that moment quietly, standing on a dock, preparing to step into a life that requires you to become someone else, at least on the surface. Not for adventure alone, but for connection, for choice, for movement. The story continues. Her ship is captured by pirates. And like Mary Read, she doesn't remain a passive prisoner. Instead, she becomes part of the crew. And over time, rises within it. There are descriptions of her fighting bravely, earning respect, and eventually commanding a ship herself. Her journey, as told, moves through hardship, loss, and leadership. But then, it ends in tragedy. Stranded, isolated, and facing death, she is said to have taken her own life. Now, whether every detail of this account is historically confirmed, or shaped by later retelling, we pause here not for certainty, but for reflection. Because stories like Charlotte's appear repeatedly in different forms across maritime history. Women disguising themselves. Women joining crews. Women adapting to survive in environments that gave them no direct entry. And sometimes, becoming something more than anyone expected. Even if their names were not always preserved clearly. Now imagine the quiet tension of living like that. Every day maintaining a role. Learning the rhythms of the ship. Speaking carefully. Moving carefully. Knowing that discovery could change everything. And yet, continuing. There's a kind of strength in that which doesn't show itself loudly. It doesn't shout across the deck or appear in dramatic battle scenes. It exists in persistence. In staying. In becoming part of something that was never meant to include you. And sometimes, that persistence led to moments of recognition. Moments where skill, not identity, defined a person's place. Now let the image shift again. A ship cutting through water at dawn. The crew waking slowly. Ropes tightening, sails adjusting. No one speaking much. Just the sound of work beginning. And somewhere among them, someone whose story we don't fully know. But who was there? That's something important to hold on to. Because history, especially maritime history, often preserves outcomes. Battles, trials, executions. But not always the quiet, ongoing lives that filled the spaces between those events. Now, as we move forward, we return to something closer to Anne Bonny and Mary Read again. Because their story, even after capture, still leaves us with questions. Particularly about Anne. We know Mary Read died in prison. That much is recorded. But Anne Bonny, her trail fades. Some accounts suggest her father, who had influence in the American colonies, may have intervened. Others propose that she was released and lived under a different name, possibly returning to a quieter life. There are even claims, unconfirmed but persistent, that she remarried and lived into older age. But here's the important part. We don't know. And that absence becomes part of her story. Because in a world where so many pirates met clear, documented ends, execution, display, finality, Anne Bonny's uncertain fate feels different. Almost like she stepped out of the record and disappeared. Not into legend exactly, but into possibility. Now imagine that quietly. A figure walking away from the life we've been following. No dramatic scene. No final words. Just absence. And time moving forward without a clear conclusion. There's something very human in that. Not every story ends in a defined way. Some simply stop being visible. But they still happened. They still shaped the world around them. And they still echo, even if faintly. Now let the sea return once more. The light is softer now, like early morning. The kind of light that reveals shapes slowly, without urgency. We're going to continue, because there are still more layers to explore. Not just individuals, but the wider world they move through. The systems, the fears, the realities that made these lives possible. And difficult. The horizon is pale now. A soft line between sea and sky, almost blurred. Morning hasn't fully arrived, but the darkness has loosened its hold. This is the kind of quiet space where details become clearer. Not loudly, but gently. We've followed names, some sharp and well recorded, others uncertain and fading. But now let's slow down even more. And look at the world these women moved through. Not just who they were, but how they were able to exist in such a space at all. Because piracy, especially during the 17th and 18th centuries, wasn't just random violence. It existed within systems, economic, political, and social. And those systems created cracks. Cracks wide enough for something unexpected to emerge. Most sailors of that time lived difficult lives. Conditions on merchant and naval ships were harsh. Long hours, strict discipline, limited pay. Food could spoil. Water could run low. Punishments were severe. And for many, there was very little control over their own lives. Piracy, in contrast, offered something different. Not safety, not stability, but a form of choice. Pirate crews often operated under agreed rules, what historians sometimes call articles. These were codes that outlined how decisions were made, how loot was shared, and how discipline was handled. In many cases, captains were elected. Decisions could be voted on. Shares of treasure were distributed more evenly than in traditional maritime roles. Now, this doesn't make piracy noble. It was still built on taking from others, often violently. But within the structure of pirate crews, there was a kind of rough equality that didn't exist elsewhere. And in that environment, some of the rigid boundaries of society began to soften, not disappear, but shift. For women, the barriers were still strong. Most ships did not allow them on board. Superstitions persisted. Cultural expectations remained. But piracy, being outside official systems, sometimes ignored those expectations. Not always openly, sometimes quietly, through disguise, through acceptance based on skill, through necessity. Anne Bonny and Mary Read didn't change the system entirely, but they moved within it. They proved capable. They fought. And in doing so, they challenged the assumptions of those around them. Now imagine being part of such a crew. A group brought together not by birth or status, but by circumstance. Different backgrounds, different pasts, bound by the present moment, by survival, by shared risk. And among them, someone who does not fit the expected pattern, but earns their place anyway. There's a kind of tension in that, but also a kind of balance. Now let's return briefly to Anne and Mary again, not to repeat their story, but to understand something deeper about their presence. When witnesses later described them during the trial, they didn't focus only on the fact that they were women. They focused on how they behaved, their language, their actions in battle, their refusal to step back. This tells us something important. They were not simply tolerated, they were recognized. And recognition, in that world, was not given lightly. Now shift your attention again to Ching Shih. Her fleet operated under strict rules, not just for discipline but for stability. And within that structure, women had defined protections that didn't exist elsewhere. Captured women were not to be harmed. Relationships required consent. Violations were punished severely. Again, this doesn't remove the violence of piracy itself, but it shows that even within that world rules could be shaped. And in shaping them, Ching Shih created space. Now consider how different that is from the experiences of women on land during the same period. Limited rights, restricted movement, dependence on family or marriage. At sea, in certain conditions, those limits shifted. Not entirely, not safely, but enough for something to change. Now imagine standing on the deck of a ship at sunrise, the crew waking slowly, the sails catching early light, no one speaking much, just the sound of work beginning, and among them, someone whose presence would be questioned elsewhere. But here is part of the rhythm. There's something quietly powerful in that image. Not dramatic, not loud, but real. Now, as we move forward, we begin to understand that these stories are not isolated events. They are part of a larger pattern. Moments where structure loosened, and something unexpected appeared. Women stepping into roles not designed for them, and then holding those roles, even if only for a time, even if the ending was uncertain. Now let the scene widen once more. The sea stretching in every direction. Ships moving across it, some trading, some exploring, some hunting, and some existing in that narrow space between law and defiance. And on a few of those ships, stories that didn't follow the usual path. We're going to keep moving through those spaces. There are still more details to uncover, more quiet moments to sit with, more understanding to build. The morning has settled now. The light no longer soft and uncertain, but steady. The sea reflects it in long, slow patterns, like memory stretching out across time. This is where we begin to see things more clearly. Not just the stories themselves, but how they were recorded, and how they were remembered. Because history, especially the kind written about pirates, is never completely neutral. It is shaped by who tells it. And in the case of women pirates, that matters more than it might seem at first. Many of the accounts we have, especially about figures like Anne Bonny and Mary Red, come from a book published in 1724, often attributed to Captain Charles Johnson. The book is titled A General History of the Pirates. Now pause here for a moment. Imagine a writer gathering stories about pirates, some from trial records, some from sailors' accounts, some perhaps shaped by rumor or retelling. The result is something that sits between documentation and storytelling. And this book became one of the main sources through which these women entered popular history. So when we read about Anne Bonny's temper, Mary Read's disguise, their actions in battle, we are seeing them through a lens, not necessarily false, but not completely untouched either. This doesn't make their stories less real. It simply reminds us that what we know is filtered, and that filter can emphasize certain details over others. For example, descriptions of Anne Bonny often highlight her fiery personality, her anger, her boldness, These traits stand out, but we might ask quietly, what else was there that wasn't written down? Moments of stillness. Routine. Those things rarely make it into historical records. 'Cause they are not dramatic, but they are part of real life. The same applies to Mary Read. Her story is often told as one of disguise and revelation, living as a man, fighting in wars, then becoming a pirate. And while those elements are important, they are also the most striking. They are what people remembered, what was written, what was repeated. But behind those moments, there would have been years of ordinary experience. Days that passed without conflict. Decisions made quietly. Adjustments, learning, observing. History tends to compress those things. Now imagine those lost details. A long day at sea. No battle. No danger. Just maintenance of the ship. The repetition of tasks. The slow passage of time. And within that, the presence of someone like Mary Read. Blending in, working, existing. Those moments matter too, even if they were never recorded. Now let's widen the view again, because this pattern of selective recording applies not just to individuals, but to the entire idea of women in piracy. There may have been more than we know. Not hundreds, not in large numbers, but more than the few names that survived clearly. Because records were not always interested in preserving those details. A woman discovered on a ship might be noted briefly, then forgotten in the larger narrative, or her identity might never have been recorded at all. And over time, those absences grow. Now consider something else. Pirate stories were popular even in their own time. People were fascinated by them. Pamphlets, books, and reports circulated widely. And like many popular stories, they were shaped to capture attention. Details could be emphasized. Moments could be dramatized. And unusual figures, like women pirates, would naturally stand out. So their stories were told. But sometimes in ways that made them seem even more extraordinary. And perhaps more distant. Less ordinary. But when we slow down like we're doing now, something changes. They begin to feel closer. Not just as figures in dramatic events, but as people moving through complex situations. Now return again to the image of the ship. Midday. The sun higher now. The deck warm. Hills steady. And life continuing in its quiet rhythm. This is where most of their lives existed. Not in battle, not in trial, but in between. And those in-between moments are where understanding grows. Now, as we move forward, we'll begin to bring some of these threads together. Not just individual stories, but how they connect. How different places, times, and conditions created similar outcomes. Women stepping into roles that were not offered to them, but taken, and in doing so, leaving marks that still remain. The light is steady now. Almost bright but not harsh. The sea moves in long, even swells, like something that has settled into its rhythm. This is the part of the story where everything feels clearer, but also quieter. We've spoken about the people, the events, the records. Now gently we begin to bring those threads together. Because when we look at Anne Bonny, Mary Read, Ching Shih, Grace O'Malley, Jeanne de Clisson, even Rachel Wall, we start to notice something subtle. They did not come from the same place. They did not live in the same time. They were shaped by completely different cultures, laws, and expectations. And yet, their paths begin to echo each other. Not exactly the same, but close enough to feel connected. Each of them, in some way, reached a point where the life available to them was not enough, or not possible, or not acceptable. And at that point, the sea appeared. Not as a solution, but as an opening. Now imagine that moment for a second. Standing on land, in a world that feels fixed, structured, limited, and then looking out at something that has no visible boundaries, no clear rules, no fixed path, just movement, uncertainty, possibility. For many, the sea represented danger, but for some, it also represented choice. Now, this doesn't mean they were all seeking freedom in the same way. Anne Bonny may have been driven by defiance, by a refusal to remain within expectations. Mary Read, by survival, by adaptation to a life already shaped by disguise and resilience. Ching Shih, by opportunity, by strategy, by the ability to organize and lead. Grace O'Malley, by power, by resistance, by maintaining control within a shifting political world. Jeanne de Clisson, by loss, by anger, by a focused desire for revenge. Rachel Wall, by circumstance, by influence, by choices that led into darker methods. Different reasons, different motivations, but the same environment. Eventually. See, now let that idea settle, because it tells us something important. The sea didn't create these women, but it allowed them to become something else. Something that land, at that time, did not easily permit. Now, let's slow down and return briefly to the moment of battle again. Not to focus on action, but on presence. Anne Bonny and Mary Read standing on the deck while others hid. Ching Shih overseeing a fleet that followed her command. Grace O'Malley navigating between diplomacy and conflict. Jeanne de Clisson directing ships with a singular purpose. In each case, there is a moment where they are fully present in their role, not questioning it, not stepping back, just there. And that presence is what stayed in the historical record. Because it was unusual, because it challenged expectations, because it forced others to notice. Now imagine being one of the men who encountered them, a sailor expecting a certain kind of enemy, and instead seeing something unexpected. Not weaker, not hesitant, but direct. That moment of recognition, quiet, sudden, is part of why these stories remained. Now the sea shifts again in your mind. The afternoon light begins to soften just slightly. Time is moving but slowly. And with it, we begin to feel the weight of what these lives cost. 'Cause none of these paths were easy. They carried risk, constant risk, rupture, injury, and beyond that, the loss of any stable place to return to. Anne Bonny could not easily step back into her father's world. Mary Read had already lived outside traditional identity for most of her life. Ching Shih, though she eventually retired, had to negotiate her way out carefully. Grace O'Malley balanced power and threat constantly. Jeanne de Clisson lived through loss before taking action. Rachel Wall's path ended in execution. So while the sea offered possibility, it also demanded everything. Now sit with that for a moment. The balance between freedom and danger, between choice and consequence, is not simple, and it's not meant to be. Now, as we continue, we'll begin to move deeper into specific moments again. But with this understanding in mind, that these were not isolated acts of rebellion. They were lives lived with intention, between what was expected and what was possible. The afternoon light softens again, turning warmer, slower, almost like time itself is stretching out across the water. The sea doesn't rush, never really does. It simply keeps moving, carrying everything with it. Ships, choices, silence, and memory. Now we step closer again to the moments where these women were seen most clearly in the historical record. Not just as background figures, but as participants in events that left traces in law, testimony, and survival. Let's return briefly to the Caribbean, specifically Jamaica in 1720, where Anne Bonny and Mary Read were taken after their capture. After their trial and sentencing, they were held in prison while awaiting execution. Records from the period describe a harsh environment, crowded, controlled, and deeply uncertain. Prison was not a place of reflection in the modern sense. It was waiting, suspended time. And yet, even here, their presence did not fully fade. Mary Read's death in prison was recorded relatively clearly. She died of fever, likely in April 1721. But Anne Bonny's fate, as we've noted before, becomes unclear after this point. And that uncertainty is important, because in official records, absence can mean many things. Death without documentation, transfer, release, or simply loss of trace. What remains is silence where clarity might have been. Now imagine Anne Bonny in that space, not as a mythic figure, but as a person waiting through days that no longer resemble her earlier life at sea. No wind, no movement of sails, no horizon, only enclosed time. That contrast matters, because the sea is not just where their stories happened. It is what made those stories feel possible in the first place. And when removed from it, everything changes. Now shift again gently to Ching Shih. Her story ends differently, but also with transition away from the sea. After negotiating amnesty with the Qing government around 1810, she stepped out of piracy entirely. Unlike many who were forced out by defeat, her exit was structured, negotiated, controlled. She did not vanish into uncertainty. She exited into life. Civilian life. Running a gambling house. Managing business. Living under the same society she once challenged, but no longer as its opponent. There is something almost quiet about that transition. No final battle. No dramatic collapse. Just a shift in role. Now consider what that tells us. For some, piracy ended in punishment. For others, in disappearance. For others still, in adaptation. There was no single pattern. Now let's return briefly to Grace O'Malley. Her meeting with Queen Elizabeth I remains one of the most striking moments in women's maritime history. Not because it involved combat, but because it involved direct political recognition. A woman who commanded ships. Meeting a queen who commanded a nation. And negotiating, not as a subject begging for mercy, but as a leader seeking terms. That moment, regardless of every detail, is significant because it shows something often overlooked in pirate history. Not all power at sea was purely violent. Some of it was diplomatic. Some of it was strategic. Some of it operated within formal systems, even while challenging them. Now shift again to Jeanne de Clisson. Her Black Fleet, whether fully historical or partly shaped by later retelling, represents something else entirely. The use of maritime power as targeted response. Not constant piracy, but focused action tied to personal loss and political alignment. Her ships were not just tools of survival. They were instruments of intent. And that distinction matters, because it shows how flexible the idea of pirate could be depending on context. Now gently bring all of this together again. Different centuries, different oceans, different motivations, but a shared environment where traditional structures weakened at sea, where authority shifted more easily than on land, where identity could be altered, sometimes temporarily, sometimes permanently, and where women, though rarely expected to be present, could still appear in roles of command, resistance, deception, or survival. Now imagine the sea again, not as a single place, but as layers of time. Ships overlapping across centuries. Footsteps echoing in different eras. Waves moving under all of it. And somewhere within that, Anne Bonny on a deck in 1720. Ching Shih commanding fleets in the South China Sea. Grace O'Malley navigating Irish coasts. Jeanne de Clisson cutting through the English Channel. Rachel Wall drifting into deception and consequence. Each of them separated by time, but connected through structure. Now the light begins to soften again, not toward darkness, but toward depth. We are moving closer now to the final stretch of this journey. Not because the stories end here, but because we begin to see them differently. Not as isolated figures, but as part of a long pattern of movement across history. The sea has settled into a calm, even rhythm now, like a long breath held for centuries and finally released. The light across it is no longer shifting quickly. It lingers, listens. At this point in the story, something subtle begins to happen. The focus shifts away from individual names and toward what those names left behind. Traces in records, echoes in testimony, fragments of truth mixed with storytelling. Because for women pirates, survival was not only about the sea itself. It was also about being remembered in a world that often struggled to record them accurately. Take Anne Bonny and Mary Read again, briefly. Not to retell their actions, but to notice how their identities were preserved. Most of what we know about them comes through legal documentation and early printed histories. That means their lives are filtered through the language of courts, sailors, and writers who were often outside their world. So we see them in moments of conflict, in trial, in battle, in captivity, but not in ordinary time, not in rest, not in silence. That gap matters, because it reminds us that history often records impact more clearly than existence. Now shift your attention outward again. Cross oceans, cross centuries, and consider how different societies responded to women who stepped outside expected roles. In some cases, like Ching Shih's, there was eventual negotiation and integration. Her power became something the state could recognize and absorb, even if reluctantly. In others, like Rachel Wall's, the system responded with punishment, reinforcing boundaries through execution. And in earlier medieval contexts like Jeanne de Clisson, political structures sometimes absorbed piracy into broader conflict, redefining it as aligned violence rather than pure outlaw action. So the same kind of activity, attacking ships, controlling waters, commanding crews, could be labeled differently depending on who held authority over the narrative. Pirate, privateer, rebel, commander, criminal. The label shifted, but the actions often looked similar from the water. Now imagine being on a ship where those distinctions didn't matter in the same way, where survival depended more on loyalty within the crew than recognition from outside systems. That internal world is important, because many pirate crews operated as small societies at sea. They needed structure to function, rules for division of goods, rules for discipline, rules for leadership, and within those systems, roles were not always strictly defined by gender, even if broader society was. That is part of how figures like Mary Read could exist in disguise for extended periods without immediate detection. It is also part of how skill could occasionally override expectation. If someone proved capable in battle, or navigation, or leadership, that capability mattered in the moment, at least within the crew itself. Now let's slow down again and return to the idea of movement. These women did not all become pirates in the same way. Some were drawn into it through relationships, some through capture or circumstance, some through structured rebellion, some through adaptation to already unstable lives. But once inside that maritime world, they entered a space defined by motion, constant motion, ports changing, crews shifting, targets appearing and disappearing. And in that motion, identity could become fluid, not erased, but reshaped. Now imagine the deck of a ship at night again, lanterns swinging slightly, wood creaking underfoot, the horizon barely visible, and people moving with practiced efficiency. Handling ropes, watching the water, listening. Among them, someone whose presence would have been impossible in another setting. But here is simply part of the crew. That quiet normality is important, because it shows that the extraordinary moments we remember, battles, trials, executions, sit on top of long stretches of ordinary existence. Now let's widen again. Across the Atlantic world of the 17th and 18th centuries, maritime life was expanding rapidly. Trade networks grew, naval power increased, colonial systems stretched further. And with that expansion came more ships, more routes, more opportunities for conflict. Piracy rose in response to that expansion, not as a single organized movement, but as scattered groups taking advantage of gaps in enforcement and opportunity. Within that environment, unusual individuals could sometimes find space. Not easily, not safely, but temporarily. And that temporariness is key, because most pirate careers were short, dangerous, unstable. The sea allowed movement, but not permanence. Now, as we approach the final stretch of this journey, we begin to see these stories less as isolated biographies, and more as patterns across time. Different women, different oceans, different reasons, but a shared encounter with a world that was in motion, and sometimes open enough for them to move with it. Now the water is still again. The light is lower, not fading, just deepening. And in that depth, we begin to prepare for the final part of this long historical drift. The sea feels deeper now. Not darker, just more layered, like you could drop your gaze into it and never quite reach the bottom. The light is steady, but softer at the edges, as if time itself is beginning to slow. At this stage of the journey, we start to notice something else. How these women's stories didn't exist in isolation, but were shaped by the wider systems of empire, trade, and conflict moving across the oceans. Because piracy, in the eras we've been speaking about, was never separate from global movement. It was part of it. Trade routes connected Europe, Africa, the Americas, and Asia. Ships carried goods, people, and power across vast distances. And wherever there was movement of wealth, there was also resistance to it. Piracy emerged in the spaces between control, where navies were thin, where communication was slow, where enforcement was inconsistent, and within those gaps, individuals and crews could act. Now think again about Anne Bonny and Mary Read. Not just as individuals, but as part of that wider system. They operated in a Caribbean world shaped by colonial competition. Spanish, British, French powers all contested territory and trade. Ports like Nassau became unstable zones where authority was inconsistent and shifting. In those spaces, pirate crews could form temporary communities outside formal control. But that freedom was fragile, and always under pressure. Now shift again, slowly, to Ching Shih's world in the South China Sea. Their piracy wasn't just scattered groups. It became, at its peak under her leadership, something closer to a maritime network. A structured confederation of fleets. This is important to understand, because it shows that piracy was not always chaotic. In some cases, it developed its own internal systems that mirrored the very empires it resisted. Rules, hierarchy, supply distribution, discipline. And that structure is part of why Ching Shih's fleet was so difficult to suppress. It wasn't just a group of ships. It was organized movement across water. Now consider Grace O'Malley again, operating centuries earlier in Ireland. Her power came from controlling coastal access points and leveraging maritime routes for clan influence. Her ships were tied into political structures on land, making her actions part piracy, part governance, part resistance. And Jeanne de Clisson, in medieval France, used ships as instruments of targeted retaliation within broader war dynamics. So across all of these stories, the sea is not just a backdrop. It is a space where different kinds of power become visible. Now let's slow down further, because something else becomes clear when we look at these lives side by side. None of them existed in a world designed for them to take these roles easily. Every step onto a ship, every command given, every disguise worn, every negotiation made, happened against expectations. And that tension shaped how they were remembered. When Anne Bonny and Mary Read were recorded in legal proceedings, their gender was treated as part of the story's shock value. When Ching Shih was documented, her scale of control was emphasized as exceptional. When Grace O'Malley was recorded, her leadership was often framed as unusual within her cultural context. When Rachel Wall was recorded, her actions were framed within criminal punishment. The language changes, but the pattern remains. They are marked as exceptions. Now imagine what it means to live as an exception. Not once, but repeatedly. Every interaction filtered through expectation. Every action interpreted through surprise. Every presence requiring explanation. And yet, they still moved forward. Now picture a ship again at sea. Not in battle. Not in pursuit. Just moving. Wind steady in the sails. Crew working in rhythm. The ocean stretching endlessly around them. And among that crew, people whose histories are complex, layered, and often hidden behind simplified labels. Pirate, sailor, rebel, criminal, leader, survivor. Those words alone do not fully capture what their daily lives would have been. Now, as we move closer to the final part of this long journey, we begin to see the emotional weight beneath the historical facts. Because these were not just roles being performed. They were lives being lived in unstable conditions, where each decision carried risk, and where the boundary between freedom and danger was constantly shifting. Now let the water settle again in your mind. The horizon steady, the movement slow. We are nearing the final stretch of this story now. where everything we've seen begins to come together into one quiet reflection across time. The sea now feels almost motionless. Not because it has stopped, but because you've grown used to its rhythm. The horizon holds steady, like it's waiting for something to be understood rather than discovered. At this point in the journey, we begin to move away from individual stories and toward something quieter. The aftermath. What remains when the ships are gone, the crews dispersed, and the names reduced to fragments in documents and memory. Because one of the most important parts of women pirate history is not only what they did at sea, but what happened after the sea no longer held them. For many, there was no return in the traditional sense. Anne Bonny's trail fades after imprisonment, leaving historians with uncertainty. Whether she lived under another identity, was released, or died quietly in obscurity remains unresolved in surviving records. That absence itself becomes part of her historical presence. Mary Read's death in prison is clearer in documentation, but even there, the details are sparse, recorded as illness, without personal narrative of her final days. And this is something we notice repeatedly in maritime history. The end of a pirate's life is often recorded more clearly than the life itself. Execution dates, court rulings, naval reports, but not the inner continuity of experience. Now shift again, slowly, to Ching Shih. Her ending is one of the few that moves away from punishment or disappearance. After negotiating amnesty, she stepped into civilian life. Gambling operations, business management, and a controlled withdrawal from maritime conflict defined her later years. She lived into old age and died in 1844, within a society she had once dominated from the sea. This contrast is important, because it shows that ending in pirate history is not one single pattern. Can mean disappearance, can mean execution, can mean transition. Now think of Grace O'Malley again. Her later life moved into political integration after negotiations with Queen Elizabeth I. She retained some influence, though her maritime dominance diminished over time. Her story ends not with dramatic collapse, but with gradual shift into a different form of life. Jeanne de Clisson's story similarly transitions away from the sea into political alignment and remarriage, with her maritime actions ending as circumstances changed. And Rachel Wall's life ends in execution, marking one of the clearest legal closures among these figures. So across all of them we see something consistent. The sea is temporary, even for those who seem most defined by it. Now let's slow even further, because what remains after these stories is not just historical fact, but emotional residue, a sense of movement without stability, of lives lived in high-risk environments where normal structures did not fully apply. Now imagine standing on a dock after such a life. No ship waiting, no crew calling, just land, stillness, and silence that feels unfamiliar. For some, that transition was forced. For others, negotiated. For a few, uncertain. But in every case, it marks a return to systems that are more rigid than the sea. Now consider what that means in broader terms. The sea, for these women, was not freedom in the modern romantic sense. It was space where roles could shift, where identity could be hidden or redefined, where authority could be taken rather than granted. But it was also dangerous, unstable, and often short-lived. That duality is central to understanding their lives. Now let the image widen again. Ships no longer in battle, but scattered across memory. Some preserved in records, some reconstructed by historians, some lost entirely. And among them, the figures we followed drift like echoes across time. Not fixed, not complete, but present. Now as we approach the final stretch of this journey, something quiet becomes clear. These stories endure not only because of what happened, but because they interrupt expectations. They show us moments where history did not move in the usual direction, where individuals stepped into roles that were not assigned to them, and for a time held them. Now the sea is calm, the light is low but steady, and we are almost at the final part of this long reflection. The horizon now feels closer somehow. Not in distance, but in clarity. The sea is no longer restless in the imagination. It has settled into something almost reflective, like a mirror stretched across time. At this stage of the journey, we begin to gather what these stories leave behind. Not just endings, but impressions. Because when you look across all these women pirates together, something subtle emerges. Not a single pattern of life, but a shared moment of interruption. Each of them entered a world where maritime power was already established, dominated by empires, navies, trade companies, and legal systems. The sea was not empty space. It was controlled space, even if imperfectly. And yet, within that structure, gaps existed. Gaps in enforcement, gaps in authority, gaps in expectation. And through those gaps, movement occurred. Now think again of Anne Bonny and Mary Red in 1720. Their actions are often remembered in dramatic terms. Fighting on deck, resisting capture. But behind that moment was a longer reality of pirate life that depended on unpredictability. Pirate crews did not function like formal naval units. They were unstable, shifting groups held together by shared risk and opportunity. Leadership could change. Crew members could be replaced. And survival often depended more on adaptability than rank. Within that environment, identity could sometimes be negotiated differently than on land. Now shift again to Ching Shih's Red Flag Fleet. Her system shows something different but related. The ability to impose structure where none was guaranteed. She didn't simply exist within piracy. She organized it at scale. Rules were enforced not by distant governments, but internally. Discipline was maintained through agreed consequences. Supply chains and distributions were managed across fleets. It was, in a way, a parallel system to the empires that opposed her. Not identical, but structurally aware. Now return to Grace O'Malley. Her world demonstrates another layer. Maritime power tied directly to land-based political systems. Her authority at sea was inseparable from clan politics on land, making her actions both naval and territorial. She operated in a space where water and land authority overlapped. That overlap gave her flexibility, but also constant negotiation. Now Jeanne de Clisson again. Her maritime actions exist within the framework of medieval warfare. Her fleet was not operating in isolation but within a broader conflict between states. And Rachel Wall's story shows a smaller, more isolated version of maritime crime, where survival and deception replaced large-scale organization. So across all of these lives, we see variation, but also repetition, because each story sits inside a system that allows limited forms of deviation from expected roles. Now let's slow further, because beneath all of this structure, there is a quieter truth. These women were remembered because they were visible in moments of disruption, but they lived most of their lives outside those moments. And that everyday continuity, the long stretches between recorded events, is where history becomes less certain. We know when battles happened. We know when trials occurred. We know when fleets moved or were captured. But we do not always know the emotional texture of the days in between. Now imagine those days. A ship moving steadily across open water. No immediate threat. Crew working. Routine maintenance. Silence broken only by wind and rigging. And within that, individuals continuing their roles. Not in legend, but in routine. Now expand that image across years. Years of movement. Years of instability. Years where identity could be concealed, adapted, or enforced depending on circumstance. That is the environment these stories exist within. Now let the sea expand again in your mind. Not as a place of singular events, but as continuous space where lives unfolded unevenly across time. Some recorded, some partially recorded, some not recorded at all. And yet all of them contributing to the larger pattern we now call history. Now we are approaching the final movement of this long reflection, where the scattered pieces begin to settle into a single quiet understanding. Not conclusion, but awareness. The sea is very still now. Not empty, but softened, like it has finally stopped trying to prove anything. The light sits low across it, and everything feels slightly closer. like distance itself has relaxed. At this point in the journey, we don't really add new names anymore. Instead, we begin to notice what all these lives reveal when placed side by side. Because Anne Bonny, Mary Read, Ching Shih, Grace O'Malley, Jeanne de Clisson, Rachel Wall. They are not just separate historical figures anymore in our mind. They begin to form a pattern of possibility. Pattern shaped by pressure. Now, think about the world they lived in. Not as a list of dates or empires, but as lived reality. Most societies they existed within had strict expectations for gender roles, legal identity, and social mobility. Movement between classes was limited. Movement between roles was even more restricted. For women, especially, public authority was often conditional, tied to family, marriage, or exception rather than independent recognition. And yet, the sea disrupted that structure in specific ways. Not by removing hierarchy entirely, but by weakening its enforcement. Because enforcement requires reach. And the ocean is vast. Now imagine a ship far from port. No immediate oversight. No direct authority watching. Only the crew. Only necessity. In that space, decisions become practical rather than symbolic. Who can fight? Who can navigate? Who can survive? These questions matter more than categories assigned on land. That is part of why figures like Anne Bonny and Mary Read could be present in combat roles and still be acknowledged by witnesses. Not because society accepted it easily, but because performance in that moment made denial impossible. Similarly, Ching Shih's authority was not symbolic. It was enforced through systems she maintained within her fleet. Her leadership existed because it functioned. Grace O'Malley's authority existed because it was tied to territorial control and maritime logistics. Jeanne de Clisson's impact existed because it operated within wartime naval strategy. And Rachel Wall's actions existed within the smaller, more vulnerable space of deception-based survival. Different scales, different structures, but all operating in maritime environments where traditional oversight was incomplete. Now slow down again, because there is another layer here that often gets overlooked. These stories are not just about women entering piracy. They are also about how piracy itself was shaped by those who entered it. Crews adapted, rules formed, reputations spread. Fear and recognition traveled across ports. In some cases, the presence of unexpected individuals changed how others behaved in encounters, not because they changed entire systems alone, but because they disrupted assumptions within specific moments. Now imagine a ship approaching another vessel. One crew expecting a predictable resistance, instead encountering something unexpected. Not only force, but coordination. Not only aggression, but resolve. That moment of surprise is part of what gave certain pirate crews their reputation. And reputation mattered, because it influenced whether ships resisted or surrendered. Now widen the view again. Across oceans, across decades, across centuries. These patterns repeat in different forms. Not identical events, but similar structures. Opportunity emerging in gaps of control. Individuals adapting to unstable environments. Authority being negotiated in real time. An identity becoming, in some cases, flexible under pressure. Now let the sea fill the frame again. Not as chaos, but as system. A system with weak points. Spaces where change becomes possible. And within those spaces, lives that would otherwise have been impossible begin to appear. Now we are very close to the final part of this long reflection, where the movement slows even further. And what remains is not detail, but understanding. The sea is almost motionless now. Not frozen, but deeply calm, like it has finished telling its loudest stories and is now speaking only in undertones. The light rests evenly across it, and everything feels spaced out. Time, memory, distance. At this stage, what remains is less about events and more about perspective. Because when we step back from Anne Bonny, Mary Read, Ching Shih, Grace O'Malley, Jeanne de Clisson, Rachel Wall, something larger becomes visible. Not a single narrative of women pirates, as one category, but a recurring historical tension between structure and exception. Now think carefully about that idea. Societies create structures, laws, roles, expectations, identities. These structures are meant to organize behavior and reduce unpredictability. But the sea, as a physical and political space, often existed outside the strongest reach of those structures. And where structures weaken, exceptions appear. Not always intentionally, not always visibly, sometimes through disguise, sometimes through necessity, sometimes through opportunity. Now imagine a young sailor stepping onto a ship in the 18th century. The world is unfamiliar. The work is physical. The environment is enclosed. Identity becomes secondary to function. What matters most is whether you can perform your role. That environment does something subtle to identity. It shifts focus away from who you are in society and toward what you can do in the moment. Now expand that across entire crews, across fleets, across decades of maritime movement. You begin to see how certain boundaries, while still present, become less rigid in practice at sea than they are on land. That does not mean equality. It does not mean freedom in a modern sense. It means variability. And within variability, unusual outcomes become possible. Now return to Ching Shih for a moment. Her system worked because it transformed piracy from scattered activity into regulated structure. She imposed order where there had been fragmentation. That tells us something important. Even in environments associated with lawlessness, structure tends to emerge. But it is often internal rather than external. Now think of Grace O'Malley again. Her authority existed because maritime control was tied to political legitimacy within clan systems. She operated in a space where land-based power and sea-based movement overlapped. That overlap created room for her to act in ways that would not have been possible under a purely centralized system. Now Jeanne de Clisson. Her maritime actions were embedded in wartime politics. The sea became an extension of land conflict, allowing targeted violence to be carried out beyond traditional battlefields. Now Rachel Wall. Her story shows something different again. How maritime space could be used for deception when economic vulnerability and opportunity intersected. Now bring them together in your mind. Different centuries, different oceans, different structures, but all connected through one underlying condition. The sea was difficult to fully control. And where control is incomplete, movement becomes more flexible. Now let the image narrow again. Single ship, evening light, crew moving quietly. No battle, no legend, just continuity. That is where most of these lives actually existed. Between the moments we remember. Now consider something else gently. These stories endure not only because of their dramatic moments, but because they challenge assumptions about who could appear in certain historical spaces. Not by rewriting entire systems alone, but by existing within them in unexpected ways. And that is why they are remembered. Even when details are incomplete, even when records are inconsistent, even when endings are uncertain. Now the sea begins to feel almost reflective again, like it is holding all of these layers at once. Centuries, ships, names, absences. And in that reflection, what we see is not just piracy, but adaptation. Now we are very close to the final movement of this long historical drift, where everything quiets further. And what remains is the feeling of having traveled through time slowly, without urgency. The sea now feels like it is listening rather than moving. Not because it has stopped, but because everything in it feels evenly held. No sharp waves, no sudden shifts, just a long, continuous presence. At this point in the journey, we begin to notice something very subtle about how history remembers people like Anne Bonny, Mary Read, and the others we've walked alongside. They are remembered through moments of disruption, not through routine, not through ordinary continuity, but through breaks in expectation. And that alone shapes how we understand them. Now think about how that works. If history records a person mainly in moments of conflict, trial, battle, capture, then their identity becomes compressed into those moments. Everything else becomes invisible. So when we think of Anne Bonny, we think of confrontation. When we think of Mary Red, we think of disguise and battle. When we think of Ching Shih, we think of command and scale. When we think of Grace O'Malley, we think of leadership and negotiation. When we think of Jeanne de Clisson, we think of vengeance. When we think of Rachel Wall, we think of deception and punishment. But those are selected points, not full lives. Now imagine reversing that perspective. Instead of focusing only on the highlighted moments, imagine the long stretches between them. Days at sea with nothing happening. Routine maintenance of ships. Simple conversations. Planning. Waiting. Uncertainty. Fatigue. That is where most of life exists in any historical context, not just piracy. Now slow the image further. A wooden deck under overcast sky. Rope creaking. Water moving gently against the hull. Someone tightening a sail not without speaking. Someone watching the horizon without urgency. This is not the part of the story that gets written in dramatic accounts, but it is the part that makes everything else possible. Now consider why women pirates, in particular, stand out in historical memory. It is not only because they existed in a male-dominated environment. It is also because their presence was seen as a disruption of expectation strong enough to be recorded. In other words, they were noticed because they were not expected. And once noticed, their actions were preserved in records shaped by that surprise. Now shift gently back to Ching Shih one more time. Her legacy is often framed in terms of scale. Hundreds of ships, thousands of pirates. But beneath that scale is something quieter. Administration. Systems of reward and punishment. Rules of conduct. Resource distribution. Negotiation with state authority. That is important because it shows that piracy, at its most structured level, required governance. Not absence of order, but alternative order. Now think again of Grace O'Malley. Her meetings with political authorities show another form of negotiation, not just force but diplomacy. She did not exist only in conflict. She also operated in structured dialogue with power. Now Jeanne de Clisson. Her fleet operated within wartime frameworks, meaning her actions were interpreted through political alignment as much as maritime aggression. Now Rachel Wall. Her story, though smaller in scale, reflects how economic vulnerability and maritime access could lead to criminal activity framed through legal punishment. Now step back again. What connects all of these is not similarity of action, but similarity of environment. Space where movement is possible, where roles are less fixed than on land, where authority is often negotiated in practice rather than assigned in theory. Now let that idea settle quietly, because it changes how we think about exceptional figures. They were not separate from history. They were part of how history functioned in those spaces. Now the sea becomes very calm again in your mind, almost like a pause between thoughts. And in that pause, we begin to approach the final stretch of this long journey, where the details are no longer expanding outward, but settling inward. The sea is still now. Not empty, not ending, just held in a long pause. The kind of stillness that makes even small sounds feel important. The creak of wood, the distant shift of water, the slow passing of time. At this point, we are no longer moving forward through new names or new events in the same way. Instead, we are standing inside the space these stories have created together. A shared maritime world. And what becomes clearer here is how memory itself selects what survives. Because for every Anne Bonny or Mary Red preserved in court records and printed histories, there were likely many others whose names never reached paper in a lasting way. Not because they were less significant in their time, but because documentation was uneven. Naval logs focused on ships and cargo. Legal records focused on punishment. Personal narratives were rare and often filtered through authority. So what we have is not a complete map. It is a partial outline. Now imagine that outline floating over the sea. Certain points illuminated. Battles, trials, notable figures. And large areas remaining dim. Routine voyages, unnamed crew members, unrecorded lives. Within that dim space, most of maritime history actually exists. Now think again about Anne Bonny and Mary Read. Their survival in historical memory is tied to visibility at a moment of legal and social disruption. Their trial in Jamaica ensured documentation. Their actions during capture ensured testimony. That visibility preserved them. But visibility is not the same as completeness. We know what others recorded about them in specific moments. We do not know their full internal experience. We do not know every day between those recorded events. Now shift again to Ching Shih. Her preservation in history is tied to administrative significance. Her fleet was large enough to affect trade and state policy, meaning records from opposing governments documented her existence in detail. In her case, scale created documentation. Now Grace O'Malley. Her survival in historical memory is tied to political interaction with monarchy, which produced diplomatic records. Now Jeanne de Clisson. Her preservation is tied to wartime narrative structures, where actions at sea were recorded as part of broader conflict histories. Now Rachel Wall. Her preservation is tied to legal punishment, where court systems documented her case. So across all of them we see a pattern. They are recorded where they intersected with systems of power, legal, political, military, not necessarily where they lived most of their lives. Now slow down here, because this is an important shift in understanding. History does not record everything equally. It records points of contact between individuals and systems. That is why dramatic moments survive more often than quiet ones. Now imagine again a ship moving through open water. Most of the journey is uneventful, but occasionally it intersects with another ship, or a port, or a patrol, and those intersections are what get recorded. That is how historical memory is shaped. Now bring all of this together gently. What we call women pirates in history is not a single unified category. It is a collection of intersections between individuals and maritime systems, between identity and expectation, between survival and opportunity, between structure and instability. Now the sea in your mind becomes less like a battlefield, and more like a network of paths, some visible, some faint, some lost, and within those paths movement occurred. Now we are very close to the final part of this journey, where everything quiets further, and what remains is reflection rather than expansion. The sea is almost fully calm now, not silent but deeply settled, like a long memory finally resting into place. The horizon doesn't feel distant anymore. It feels present, like it has been here the whole time, simply waiting for attention. At this point in the journey, we step into reflection more than narration. Because when all these lives are placed together, Anne Bonny, Mary Read, Ching Shih, Grace O'Malley, Jeanne de Clisson, Rachel Wall, and the many unnamed women who moved through ships and ports without lasting records, what we are really seeing is not just piracy. We are seeing navigation of constraint. Now think about that slowly. Each of these women existed in a world where identity was heavily structured. Roles were assigned early, reinforced socially, and legally supported. Movement between those roles was limited. And yet, maritime space introduced instability into that structure, not by removing rules entirely, but by stretching their reach. Because at sea, enforcement was distant. Authority was distributed across ships rather than concentrated in one place. And survival required immediate adaptation. So decisions were often based on function rather than fixed identity. That is where disruption becomes possible. Now imagine a simple moment on a ship. No battle, no pursuit, just work. Ropes being handled, sails adjusted, water checked, people moving in coordinated rhythm because the ship demands it. In that environment, what matters most is not what someone is expected to be, but what they can do. And that shift, small as it seems, is where many of these historical stories begin to open. Now return briefly to Anne Bonny and Mary Read one final time in this reflective arc. Their presence in pirate history is preserved because they appear at moments where expectation breaks. Women in direct combat roles, documented in trial testimony and eyewitness accounts. But the larger reality of their lives remains mostly unrecorded. What we have are snapshots, not continuous footage. Now Ching Shih again. Her story shows that when maritime disruption reaches a large enough scale, it becomes something that must be negotiated with rather than simply suppressed. Her fleet was not erased through simple force. It transitioned through structured agreement. That alone tells us something about how power operates at sea. It is often negotiated through practicality. Now Grace O'Malley. Her meeting with monarchy shows another form of recognition, where maritime authority intersects with political legitimacy. Now Jeanne de Clisson. Her actions show how maritime space can become an extension of land-based conflict, where identity shifts depending on alliance and war. Now Rachel Wall. Her story shows how maritime access combined with economic vulnerability can produce criminalized survival strategies that are later recorded through legal systems. Now step back again. Because across all of these, a deeper pattern appears. The sea does not erase structure. It redistributes it. And in that redistribution, roles can shift more easily than on land. Now let that idea rest quietly, because it helps explain why these stories cluster in maritime history rather than appearing randomly across all environments. The sea is not random. It is structured differently. Now the water in your mind is very still again, almost like a mirror. And in that reflection, what we see is not just individual lives, but a system of movement across time. Now we are approaching the final part of this long journey, where the focus turns inward, where the story no longer expands, but settles. So stay here with this calm horizon. The sea now feels like glass stretched across the world. Not frozen, but so steady it almost reflects everything back without distortion. The movement is still there if you look closely, but it is subtle, like breathing you only notice when you focus. At this stage, we begin to understand that these stories are not just about piracy, or even about women entering maritime spaces. They are about how history forms categories after the fact. Because when we say women pirates, we are already compressing many different realities into a single idea. Anne Bonny's Caribbean piracy under Calico Jack Rackham is not the same system as Ching Shih's Red Flag Fleet. Mary Read's disguised service across military and pirate contexts is not the same as Grace O'Malley's clan-based maritime authority. Jeanne de Clisson's wartime maritime vengeance is not the same as Rachel Wall's small-scale deceptive piracy. And yet, they are grouped together in memory, because they intersect with one shared point. The sea as an unstable space of identity. Now slow that idea down. Identity on land in these eras was often assigned early and reinforced constantly. By law, by family, by social expectation. But at sea, identity had to function in real time. Could you perform your role? Could you survive the conditions? Could you contribute to the crew's survival? Those questions mattered more immediately than categories assigned elsewhere. Now imagine the constant motion of a ship. Weeks at sea. No shore in sight. Limited resources. Close quarters. Every person becomes part of a working system that must remain functional to survive. In that environment, rigid categories can become less immediately practical than capability. That does not erase social structure, but it introduces friction into it. Now return briefly to Ching Shih one more time in this reflective frame. Her system shows how maritime instability can be reorganized into strict internal order. She did not rely on external enforcement. She created internal rules that allowed large-scale coordination. That is a key insight. Even in unstable environments, structure reappears. Just takes a different form. Now consider Grace O'Malley again. Her maritime authority existed because it was embedded in political negotiation and territorial control. Her power was not separate from land systems. It interacted with them continuously. Now Jeanne de Clisson. Her maritime activity reflects how war expands identity into different domains, where actions at sea are part of larger political and military conflict. Now Rachel Wall. Her story reflects how maritime spaces could become zones of survival strategies that later get defined through legal punishment systems. Now pause here, because when you step back from all of this, something important becomes visible. The sea does not produce uniform outcomes. Produces conditions. And those conditions interact with human decisions in different ways. Now imagine again a wide ocean, not empty, but layered with invisible paths, trade routes, patrol lines, pirate routes, fishing routes, migration routes, all overlapping, all shifting, and within those layers, people moving through them in different ways. Some officially, some unofficially, some visibly, some not recorded at all. Now the image begins to soften further. The edges blur slightly, not because details are lost, but because perspective is widening. We are no longer focusing on single moments. We are seeing systems. Now we are very close to the final part of this journey, where everything begins to quiet into understanding rather than detail. The sea is quiet now in a way that feels intentional, like it has finished moving through its own history and is now simply holding it. The light doesn't shift much anymore, just rests evenly across everything. At this stage, what we're really looking at is how memory organizes complexity into stories that can be carried forward. Because real maritime life in the eras we've been discussing was not divided neatly into categories like pirate, hero, or villain in the way later retellings sometimes suggest. Those labels were applied afterward, often by governments, sometimes by historians, sometimes by storytellers trying to make sense of unstable events. Now think again about Anne Bonny and Mary Read. In their time, they were recorded through legal testimony after capture. That means what we know about them is shaped by interrogation, courtroom framing, and the need to categorize behavior as criminal within the legal system of the period. Their identities were not recorded as legends in their own moment. They were recorded as cases. Now shift that understanding gently, because it changes how we interpret everything. Ching Shih, for example, is documented through state records because her fleet was large enough to affect commerce and require political response. That documentation emphasizes structure, scale, and threat. Grace O'Malley appears in diplomatic and clan-related contexts, meaning her maritime activity is recorded through political negotiation rather than purely criminal framing. Jeanne de Clisson is remembered through wartime narratives, where her maritime actions are interpreted through conflict rather than piracy alone. Rachel Wall appears through legal punishment records, where her actions are defined through criminal prosecution. So what we see is not a unified history of pirates. It is a collection of different recording systems intersecting with maritime activity. Now slow down here, because this is the core idea of this entire journey. The sea did not define them in a single way. It exposed them to multiple systems at once. And depending on which system recorded the moment, the meaning changes. Now imagine a single event at sea. A ship is attacked. To one observer it is piracy. To another it is wartime action. To another it is survival. To another it is law enforcement. Same water, same moment, different interpretation. Now expand that across centuries, cross oceans, cross empires. That is why maritime history is layered rather than linear. Now let the image widen again. No single ship now. Instead, a vast network of movement across the world's oceans. Trade routes connecting continents. Naval patrols enforcing order. Pirate groups exploiting gaps. Coastal communities adapting to shifting access. And within that entire system, individuals moving through roles that were not always fixed. Now return gently to the women at the center of this journey. What connects them is not identical experience. It is interaction with that system at moments of instability. Moments where identity, power, and movement were not fully locked into place. Now imagine those moments not as dramatic peaks, but as brief openings in a much larger structure. A ship unguarded, a port lightly defended, a route poorly monitored, a social expectation temporarily bypassed. And in those openings, action becomes possible. Now let that idea rest, because it is quieter than the stories we started with, but it explains them more fully. Now the sea feels almost still enough to reflect the sky perfectly. And in that reflection, what we see is not just history as it was recorded, but history as it was experienced in fragments. We are now very close to the final part of this long journey, where everything begins to settle into a single calm understanding. So stay here with this quiet horizon. The sea now feels almost weightless, like it's no longer trying to carry anything forward, just holding everything it already has. The horizon is steady, wide, and calm enough that even thought feels slower here. At this point in the journey, we are no longer adding pieces to the story in the traditional sense. Instead, we are looking at what remains when all the movement is paused. And what remains is contrast. Because the lives we've been following did not unfold in isolation. They existed alongside thousands of other maritime lives. Sailors, merchants, fishermen, soldiers, enslaved people, port workers, most of whom are not remembered individually in historical narratives. That imbalance is important, because history is not only what happened, it is what was recorded. Now think again about Anne Bonny and Mary Read. Their presence in history is intense but brief in documentation. A small number of key moments, trial records, eyewitness accounts, printed histories, carry most of what we know. Everything else is inferred, imagined, or lost. That creates a compressed image of their lives, like a few bright points in a much larger darkness. Now shift again to Ching Shih. Her record is denser but still selective. It emphasizes structure, fleet size, and negotiation with authority. It does not preserve the full daily experience of governing such a system, only the parts that interacted with larger political forces. Now Grace O'Malley. Her memory is shaped by political contact with monarchy, meaning her identity is filtered through diplomatic interaction rather than continuous maritime documentation. Now Jeanne de Clisson. Her legacy is shaped through wartime narrative framing, where her actions are recorded as part of broader conflict rather than independent maritime life. Now Rachel Wall. Her record is defined by legal consequence, meaning her story is preserved primarily at the point of punishment. Now step back again, because something becomes clearer here. These women are not preserved because their lives were fully documented. They are preserved because they intersected with systems that generated records, law, or diplomacy, state response. That is what creates visibility in historical archives. Now imagine everything outside those intersections. The long voyages, the routine labor, the conversations that were never recorded, the decisions that never entered official documentation. That is where most lived experience sits. Now slow down further. Picture a ship moving across open water. No events of historical record occurring. Just time passing, work being done, meals being prepared, navigation maintained, crew dynamics shifting subtly over days and weeks. That is the environment in which most maritime lives existed. Now let that settle, because it changes how we interpret the dramatic moments we do have. They are not the whole story. They are the points where systems intersected strongly enough to leave records. Now return gently to the idea of women pirates specifically. What stands out across all these cases is not uniformity of action, but adaptability within constraint. Different women, different environments, different historical moments, but a shared condition. Movement through systems that were not designed for them. Now that does not mean they all experienced it the same way. It means the maritime world occasionally allowed for roles to be negotiated in ways that land-based systems often did not. And those negotiations left traces. Now the sea in your mind is very still again. Not empty, but fully present, like a space that has absorbed everything without losing any of it. We are now approaching the final part of this long journey, where everything begins to resolve into reflection rather than expansion. So stay here with this calm water. The sea now feels like it has slowed to its most honest form. Not silent, not empty, but simply present. Every ripple is small enough to notice, yet soft enough not to disturb anything beneath it. The horizon doesn't feel like distance anymore. It feels like understanding settling into place. At this point in the journey, there is very little left to add. Instead, we are left with how these stories sit inside the mind when all the movement quiets down. Because Anne Bonny, Mary Read, Ching Shih, Grace O'Malley, Jeanne de Clisson, Rachel Wall. They are no longer just separate historical entries. They become examples of how human lives interact with systems that are larger than individual control. Now think slowly about that. Each of them entered maritime space under different conditions, some by choice, some by necessity, some through gradual shift, some through sudden disruption. But once inside that space, their lives were shaped by the structure of the sea world itself. A world where authority was distributed, where distance weakened enforcement, where identity could sometimes be hidden or redefined, where survival depended on immediate capability rather than fixed social category. Now let that idea settle quietly, because it is not about romanticizing piracy. It is about understanding environment. Now picture again a ship at sea, not in battle, not in pursuit, just moving steadily forward. The crew working in rhythm, wind consistent, water constant, time passing without dramatic interruption. This is where most of maritime history actually lives. Not in recorded conflict, but in continuous motion. And within that continuity, people adapt. Roles are maintained. Skills are practiced. Days pass. Weeks pass. Entire voyages pass without entering historical record. Now return briefly to Anne Bonny and Mary Read one final time in this reflective space. Their historical visibility comes from interruption, capture, trial, testimony. But between those moments, there is silence in the record. That silence is not absence of life. It is absence of documentation. Now Ching Shih again. Her legacy shows that when maritime systems scale large enough, they begin to resemble governance structures. Her fleet required organization, rules, and enforcement. Not just action at sea, but sustained administration. Now Grace O'Malley. Her story shows how maritime authority can intersect with formal diplomacy, creating moments where sea power is recognized in political negotiation. Now Jeanne de Clisson. Her story shows how maritime action can be embedded within broader land-based war, where the sea becomes an extension of conflict rather than separate from it. Now Rachel Wall. Her story shows how maritime access combined with vulnerability can produce survival strategies that are later interpreted through legal punishment systems. Now bring all of this together gently, because what we are seeing is not a single type of woman pirate. It is a pattern of interaction between individuals and maritime systems that were themselves unstable, flexible, and unevenly controlled. Now let the sea expand once more in your mind. Not as one story, but as overlapping layers of movement across centuries, some recorded, some partially recorded, some lost. And within those layers, moments of disruption where individuals became visible long enough to be remembered. Now we are at the threshold of the final part of this long journey, where everything we've moved through begins to settle into a single calm reflection. So stay here with this still horizon. The sea is quiet now. Not because it has ended, but because it no longer needs to speak loudly. Everything we've moved through feels gathered here, like distant echoes finally resting into the same space. And in this stillness, the final reflection becomes simple. Not every life we followed ended in legend. Not every name survived clearly. Not every moment was recorded with equal weight. But each of them, Anne Bonny, Mary Read, Ching Shih, Grace O'Malley, Jeanne de Clisson, Rachel Wall, and the countless unnamed women who crossed decks, ports, disguises, storms, and silence, passed through a world where the sea made certain boundaries less fixed than they were on land. Some stepped into it through defiance, some through necessity, some through strategy, some through circumstance they did not fully choose. But all of them moved through a space where identity could shift, authority could be negotiated, and survival required adaptation in real time. And that is what remains when everything else quiets. Not myth, not simplification, but movement. Now let the image settle one last time. A wide ocean under soft light. No single ship at the center. Just paths that once existed, crossing and fading and continuing beyond what was recorded. And in that space, the stories don't end in a sharp line. They dissolve gently into understanding. So if you're still here, listening in this quiet moment, Let your thoughts slow with the tide. Take a calm breath, and just rest for a second in the idea that history is not only what is written, but also everything that moved through it briefly and left only traces behind. The sea keeps it all, even when we cannot. And it continues, long after the voices fade.